auditing is best placed with the Auditor General's office, which is a neutral body as well. Because if the Electoral Commission has to police political parties on how they spend their funds, that might be also a clear conflict of interest. That you are seen to regulate the same political parties who are your clients, so to speak. That might be also a conflict of interest in my view. So it's best that it's given to someone else, more so the Auditor General, who is a neutral body, who does auditing for most state organizations or organizations that receive funding from the state. I submit.
Thank you very much. I think that was our last question as far as the presentation is concerned. Can you kindly take a seat and we proceed with the rest of the interview questions. And at this point, I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Shienuna.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Muyakfa, in your presentation, you made a brief reference to the need for ECN to engage stakeholders. Now, my question is, how would you foster collaboration and build strong relationships with electoral stakeholders, such as political parties, civil society organizations, the media, and other relevant stakeholders? Thank you.
It is important that we maintain a relationship with stakeholders. It's critical. And how we do that is to have a very clear program of engagement. We would agree on a calendar of engagement, let's say on a monthly basis, that the ECN would engage with the stakeholders, would have a platform. Each political party and organization would have representative, and then would belong to a committee, a liaison committee, where then the ECN can then engage, keep the political parties and organizations updated, and also receive the input, concerns, and advice and recommendations from the same bodies. So we would have a calendar of engagement on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, and as often as possible prior to any election, that we are in touch and engage and can exchange views and so on. We'd also have a very clear PR program and policy in place where we engage the broader public through print media, social media as well, and other avenues. So we would have such a policy in place as well as another instrument. We would also keep the public informed on most of these developments through voter education as well. And also when we have a regional footprint, that would also assist the ECN in reaching out to our stakeholders, the communities, as well as the political parties. There's quite a big gap right now. Thanks a lot. There's quite a big gap right now, the fact that we have not decentralized and we do not have a regional footprint. That in itself is an injustice to the citizens and the stakeholders. I submit.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Commissioner Singano.
Okay, thank you. How do you plan to promote transparency and accountability within the electoral management body? And can you provide practical examples of measures you intend to take to ensure the integrity of the electoral processes?
At every possible stage of decision making or policy making, the ECN would have to consult widely with the stakeholders. Engagements will come through platforms such as white paper, for example, that would be shared with the stakeholders for their input. That's one way. We could conduct surveys as well from the general public that could also give suggestions on how policy could be reformed and how things could be done. The issue of reforms of the Act that I spoke to, it's essential that the ECN, when it intends to do such reforms, that it consults widely. It goes out to the broader public. There would also be targeted consultations. The youth, for example, how do you bring the youth into the picture? You need to have targeted interventions by reaching out to them through social media. And statistics does indicate that the future of the country is in the hands of the youth. Our aging population, I think, is beginning to decline in numbers. So it's essential that we have policies that target the youth. We have clear instruments for reaching out to the broader public and stakeholders. But platforms ought to be there. I would suggest, for example, the establishment of a stakeholder, political party, and organization liaison committee, where we then meet on a regular basis to contact each other. For the general population, we could use other avenues, as I said, reach out there. When we establish regional offices, that would also help us a lot, that we have a footprint in every region. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Commissioner Leonard.
Mr. Muyata, how would you handle any potential disputes or challenges to the electoral process? In your response, can you give us practical examples of how you would address such issues effectively?
The position that I take is that with proper planning, advanced planning, continuous engagement, and when you strengthen your internal processes, you would also eliminate many of these potential litigation issues and other challenges. The Electoral Act, fortunately, helps us. It's a very prescriptive act. It regulates almost everything that we ought to do. So we need to pay attention to detail. But whenever, as and when conflict arises, it's essential that we engage the concerned parties, get to the table, receive the concerns, analyze them, agree on deadlines, on conflict resolution. We should be guided by the law always. The Act and the general law is very, very important. We are a country that's based on rule of law. So we do so in an amicable manner where we are guided by policies, laws, and legal frameworks that are in place.
Thank you. I give the floor to Commissioner Evaristis.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you share with us your vision for the future of elections in Namibia? What innovative ideas do you have to enhance voter participation, strengthen democratic processes, and increase public confidence in the electoral system that we have?
Credibility is key to the reputation and image of every institution, more so the ECN, because it's the future of the country, it's the state of governance and democracy that we are as a country. We ought to seize the advantages that come with technology, with ICT. I see a bright future for the ECN with the reforms, legal reforms of the legal framework that we are looking at to enhance the mandate to support the Commission to achieve its mandate in a much more effective way than it is now. I've spoken about issues of strengthening our security arrangements. Cybersecurity is the latest challenge we have out there in organizations. Unless we invest in IT, we would be a lame duck. We also need to keep pace with sister organizations, with other election bodies out there. We need to benchmark, adopt best practices all the time. We are not an island, so we don't need to isolate ourselves. Continuously improve, invest in technology. The issue of resource mobilization is key. The budget, in my view, that's allocated to the ECN does not equate the mandate that this institution has. Its mandate does not end with an election. It's a continuous process. So it ought to be supported financially. So when I'm in the position, part of my job is to advocate and lobby for adequate financial support from the government. In my view, those are some of the strategies that will take us forward. The holding of credible, fair, transparent elections themselves, in my view, would bring people to accept the ECN and trust in the ECN. If we do a better job, an efficient job, a good job, it will speak for itself. The rest will follow. I thank you.
Thank you. The last question is from me. What are your long-term goals for the position of Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer? How do you plan to leave a lasting impact on the electoral system and contribute to the country's democratic development?
I would love to be remembered after I've done my 5 years in office as that Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer who was efficient, neutral, effective, one who engaged, one who understood the rule of law and adhered to it, one who advanced the principles of democracy, one who facilitated for the citizens to participate in an important process such as this one of casting their vote. That's the legacy I'd like to leave with this organization. And finally, it should be such that the organization is sustainable, that beyond myself, the organization can move forward with strength and even do better. That's the vision that I have for this organization. Teamwork is critical. If we operate as a team, the secretariat and the leadership, which is the commission, in my view, no challenge would be insurmountable if we work as a team. I submit.
Thank you very much. That was our last question. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask the panel? Okay, so we thank you very much for coming and we wish you all of the best. The outcome of this process will be communicated to you. Thank you. We are ready for the next candidate. Just to inform the public and the viewers that all the candidates are in a holding room somewhere in our building and they do not have access to any communication devices. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Electoral Commission of Namibia. My name is Elsie Nikembwa, and I'm the chairperson of the commission.
My name is Gershon.
Let me just put on my glasses. Okay, first, so straight in my face, so I'm unable to see very well. This light is straight in my face.
Well, it's because people are live streaming.
Excuse me, ma'am?
It's because of the live streaming. They need enough lighting.
All right, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
so alternatively, you can shift a bit to the side. You can move the podium to where it's better for you.
But it seems to me it's fixed. But anyhow, I will survive. It shouldn't be a problem. I will survive.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's somehow better, but it's okay, ma'am. It's okay.
Morning. My name is Evaristes, and I'm one of the electoral commissioners as well. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. I'm Emma Leonard, one of the commissioners. You're most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, good morning, sir. I'm Gerson Sindano, one of the commissioners, and please feel welcome.
Can you please introduce yourself? We also would like to know your qualifications and working experience and any other information that you think is relevant to this process.
All right, thank you. Before I do that, maybe I need to express my appreciation for the Commission, the way in which the Commission have handled the issue. Up to now, it seems to me it's transparent and it complies with the dictates of the law, and that is something that one really need to appreciate. Having said that, my name is Helmut Navesep. I'm the holder of an LLB degree. And the admitted attorney of the High Court of Namibia. And then I did my master's in international economic law with the University of South Africa. And then I did my master's of science in international relations with the University of Zimbabwe. And then I did my master's of business administration with University and the National University of Management. And currently, I have just recently completed my PhD, waiting for the final process, final result with the University of Zimbabwe, and that deals with international economic law. And I have been the employee of the Office of the President and occupied various positions. The latest is the legal advisor. Besides that, I have served also in the diplomatic missions. Now, the skills and the values that I have acquired during that process, I think they are so relevant to the Electoral Commission, and it have also opened my eyes with regard to the deeper understanding of what is really at stake. And from my perspective, my skills will be able to help me to attain the objectives of the Commission, to have a credible election processes. And when one says credible election processes, is that these processes are actually predetermined by various statutory instruments. These are the Namibian Constitution that seals the Act, the Electoral Act 5 of 2014, and besides that, because we are signatory to various international treaties, one of them is SADC Protocol, SADC guidelines, let me say standards and guidelines on democratic elections also impose certain principles and norms that any election need to comply with. And then we have also that is from my experience, what I'm talking about. And we have also African Charter on Human and People's Rights that talk about fundamental rights. And then we have African Charter on democratic governance and elections, the democratic elections and governance, which have also certain norms and principles that we need to comply with in the process of conducting our elections. And the last one that I can also think about is that African peer review mechanisms. These also dictates also certain principles that need to comply with by our Electoral Commission, and this relates to governance and politics, and the other one is corporate governance. So basically, those I do have a clear understanding of those principles, and I think, and not think, but I'm quite sure that I will be able to understand them, appreciate them, and to act according to those principles. And these qualities and skills, in my view, will contribute to the value chain of the Commission, to ensure that the ultimate objective of the Commission to have a credible elections will be complying with those international standards. So that's the value and skills that I will be able to add to that. But besides that, there are all the others, but let me ask, unless if the commissioners want me to go further than that, I can still go further, but
I just wanted to know, you mentioned that you're a legal advisor. Legal advisor where?
at the Office of the President, Directorate of Auxiliary Services.
Directorate of?
Auxiliary Services.
Okay. Thank you very much for that introduction. Mr. Navesov, I would like to confirm that we did not receive any objection. We did not, the Commission did not receive any objection
All right.
Against your candidature in this process. You were given a topic and given 30 minutes to prepare the presentation. So can you now start with your presentation? Strictly 15 minutes. After your presentation, the panel members will ask you questions. Please proceed.
Yeah, can you just give me a second? Because I'm unable to see there. Yeah, all right, okay.
No, that's closer.
That is again too far.
I think that's closer.
But I have, I have them in mind. It shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
It shouldn't be a problem. Okay, basically, any institution, including the Commission itself, operates within the environment that will have positive or negative impact on its ultimate outcome. In our case is that, what is our ultimate outcome is that is the outcome to have a credible electoral process. And when you talk about credible electoral process, is that the process that meets with all the requirements of those statutory documents that I've mentioned previously. But in order to do that and to develop strategies, first thing is that we operate in the environment, and those environments have an impact on our operations. And this impact can be positive or it can be negative. So as a result of that, before you develop a strategy, you need to be able to determine and to look at these factors, these external factors. These external factors is not of our making, but they have an impact on our operations. As a result of that, we need to work out a mechanism to mitigate them if they are negative, and if they are positive, to take advantage thereof. So, Okay, what is objective? Okay, that one I dealt with it. What is objective of the Electoral Commission basically is, end of the day, is that, let me put it this way, is that the whole process of the Commission is that it's a process whereby the sovereign power of the people have to be transferred through the Electoral Commission to the respective political formations. So basically, the process itself is very sensitive and it's fragile. And as a result of that, we need to do a proper job to do this external analysis to make sure that nothing can hamper our end product. And if there is, by doing that, we are going to mitigate that, and if there are any impact, it must be of trivial nature to the extent that it won't have impact on the outcome of our electoral process. Okay, this one, we dealt with that, and I've said that these norms and standards, basically, will be international, regional, continental, and international norms. Those ones, I mentioned it already. Maybe we can just go to the next one. How is this one functioning? Okay, basically, the best way to scale the environment is that, because we are going to have elections, and these elections is not within the Commission's building. We need to go to the environment. We need to go to our stakeholders. And now we need to be able to understand the environment in which we are going to conduct these elections. And one of the things is that one of the tools using to determine or to assess the environment is what is referred to as pestle analysis. Now, pestle analysis is used to skin. Pestle analysis is a tools that can be used to screen the environment, with the view to determine what are the prevailing conditions that will have impact on our operations. That's the whole purpose of that. Although the system has been developed for business purposes, but it can be used also by the Electoral Commission. And the advantage of the system is that if you have identified those shortcomings, the next step is that it will help you to work out strategies how to mitigate those challenges. Okay. One of the first factors that we need to look at is that we need to assess what is the current political situation within the country itself, where we are going to hold elections. We need to, and the country is Namibia, we need to be able to do an assessment of the environment with specific reference to the political environment within the country. So basically, a political situation can be hostile, and it can be friendly. So now the issue is that if it is hostile, then a commission cannot just sit down and fold its hands and to say that there is nothing we can do, but we need to be able to develop strategies to mitigate that element of that hostile element that prevails. And one of the strategies that you need to do is that you need to look at the stakeholders that are involved. Well, let me start from the Commission's perspective. Is that first thing is that requires the Commission to look at the civic and voters and civic education. And that one is actually a statutory provision that has been made in the Act. So basically, the moment that you have a hostile environment is that the likelihood that the voters turnout will be low, there will be a voters' apathy. That element is there. But if you make use of civic and if you make use of voters, in this case, civic education is that you will be able to make the sovereigns understand that what is a need for the elections elections, and why there should be a need for tolerance between various political parties. And that element cannot be only done by a commission itself. We need also to have stakeholders that need to be engaged, and one of the stakeholders is the political parties. Political parties, and then political parties are actually have the right to provide civil educations to their constituencies, so that they need to be tolerant of various views. And then we need to involve our stakeholders, our police, which are there to maintain peace and stability, internal peace and stability. And other thing with regard to the political formations is that there is a code of conduct, and they need to educate that, they need to use that as a tool to educate the constituencies. And if it is friendly, is that, what is it? If it is friendly, if the environment is conducive, what that basically entails is that then we need to look at our, the implication thereof is that the voters turn around will be higher. So basically, we need to do our planning to ensure that we have sufficient polling stations. The issue with economic situation is that it has a direct bearing on our end product, and as a result of that, the element of inflation is that the prices of goods are becoming higher, and the issue is that the Commission might have financial difficulties to carry out all its activities. So basically, that will require us to engage with our stakeholders, because the Commission is funded by Parliament, and if we are intending to have elections within the next 10 years, or for the sake of argument, within the next 2 or 3 years, and if we use this one as a strategy point, is that we can negotiate with the Parliament so that our funds are increased. And the other aspect is that the challenge of this is that you might have a lower voters turnout, because people will not really travel from point A to point D. So basically, from the Commission's perspective is that you need to make provisions for polling stations that are nearby the community itself, especially those who are in the rural area. If things were okay, some people could have traveled from Windhoek and vote in Otavi, but Okanja, and come back. But in the case of where you have now inflation, is that it means that we need to bring the polling station near to the people to mitigate the impact of that economic challenge. The social issue is that voters and civic educations, most of the time is that people are not, I'm unable to see. 5 minutes, okay? Social issues is democratic setup within the community itself. It might result in the voters' apathy. So basically what you need to do is that in that cases, you need to develop a strategy to educate voters and to come up with voters' educational programs and civic programs that will inform the voters that what is important, what is the importance of voting. And basically the law also makes provisions for that we need to be in touch with the Ministry of Education, and as well as ministry responsible for information, so that these informations are shared on the regular basis. And the other aspect that I have seen is that we seem not to have regional offices. And I think one of the concerns that has been raised by the Commission is that I think the voters turnout, especially in regional and local elections, are very poor, very poor, and that can be eliminated with respect to voters and civic education. Technology had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantages is that it's effective and efficient, but the challenges that is that the probability of that they can be hacked. So basically, we need to look at those factors and to see that how are you going to make use of the strategies to make use of the technology to advance our end objectives and to make sure that our end objective is not compromised. And this advantage is also what we need to be sure that the system is so waterproof that it cannot be penetrated from outside, otherwise it will have a bearing on the credibility of the electoral process itself. Legal, let me say, for example, legal is that we need to, by virtue of the act might have certain shortcomings that makes our works very difficult. For example, is that we need to be independent. To what extent is the Commission independent, especially if the staff members of the Commission is actually paid by Public Service Commission? So these are the issues that you need to look at, and not besides that, but we need also to look at provisions of the Act, to look at the provisions that hampers us to work effectively, to ensure that our product is actually not compromised. And issue of environment is, we talk about natural disasters and climate change. That actually tells us that you need to know about possible impact of natural disasters, especially the time frame of the period that you are going to hold elections. If it is a raining season that you are going to have elections and something like that, so basically you will put out, so by conclusion, let me say is that if you have this analysis, is that it will be better for you, for the Commission, to work out strategies to mitigate the impact of these factors on the end product, which is to have a credible electoral processes, all of them. And this can also be included into your strategic plan. It's also the first phases of strategic plan. So basically, yeah, that's all that I can say for now.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I now open the floor for questions. The commissioners have questions on your presentation.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Harrison. Oh. Yeah, you earlier on you made reference to the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, to which Namibia is signatory. Now, are these guidelines and principles binding on us as a country or not?
Sorry. When you sign a treaty, is that you agree to comply with those principles, but you need to be guided by the Constitution itself. The Constitution, in terms of Article 144, says that the moment that you sign a treaty, it becomes automatically part of the domestic law of Namibia, provided that it does not it does not contradict, it is not in conflict with the Constitution, and it's not in conflict with the Act of Parliament. In other words, if there is a conflict between the treaty and our Act, the Act of the Commission, then the Act will prevail. So basically, international law, per se, from the Namibian perspective, is that it is only valid to the extent that it is in harmony with the Constitution and Act of Parliament.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, commissioners? Commissioner Leonard?
Thank you, Mr. Navasep. In the strategies that you have underlined, you indicated that political parties should also be providing civic education within its constituencies. As ECN, what role would we be playing to ensure that that would happen?
First thing is that the ultimate goals, the ultimate responsibility lies with the Electoral Commission. That's that ultimate goal. So if the political parties are actually governed by the Code of Conduct, and then can you just repeat the question, madam?
Amongst the strategies that you have indicated is that political parties be providing civic education in their constituencies, within their constituencies. So as an electoral commission, what role do we have to play? How do we ensure within the umbrella of the mandate of the ECN that this strategy would be fulfilled?
Okay, whether the strategy will be fulfilled is that I think anybody who is going to provide civic or voters education first need to be accredited by the commission itself before they can actually continue with such process. And the material that need to be used is also need to be approved by the commission itself. By doing that, the commission has actually the ultimate control over these factors. So, and yeah, it's about the control. If the question is about control, or if the question is about the quality and the content of the civic education programs that have been developed, is that those civic programs are actually approved by the Commission in terms of the Act, and then the overall control is still with the Commission itself. So if people are going to have such civic education, it will also be available, it will be also appropriate to have a person from the Electoral Commission to attend those civic education. And if my reading of the Act is correct, the Commission was supposed to have a directorate that deals with voters education and civic education. So basically, these will be the people that will be able to monitor that these lectures of the training that are given is in compliance with the objectives of the Commission. So basically, the overall control is still with the Commission itself. And if the Commission is not satisfied with the content of the material that has been developed, it can be rejected or it can be improved.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Commissioner Sindano? Please take the floor.
Yes. Thank you, sir. You brought up the issue of environment. I would like to find out from you, this is the 21st century, and even though I didn't see the issues of climate change vis-a-vis environmental issues and elections, if given the space and the opportunity, how would you reconcile the issues of climate change and the its impact on electoral processes?
Now the question is, let me verify whether I have comprehended the question very well, is that how will I reconcile the impact of the natural disasters, climate change, to ensure that it does not have impact on our, okay, let me say for instance of natural disasters, certain areas are prone to natural disasters, and certain periods, we know if one have to study the calendar of raining seasons, and let me say, for example, we are intending to have an election or by-election, whatever election, in the Katima Muliro area, in that district, and we know that during the rainy season, the problems that are associated with that. So basically, we need to work out mechanism to mitigate that impact. And with regard to climate change, is that sometimes if it is in summer, and the elections are held during the summer period, it will be very extremely hot. So basically, and you don't want people to queue in the open sun. So basically, will it not be appropriate to make provisions for tents?
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Evaristus?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. My question relates to a statement you made with regards to polling stations, that you intend to, because of the economic situation, your thoughts are that there will be polling stations brought closer to the people. Did I get you right on that?
Sorry, yes, sir.
Yes, so given the economic situation and the fact that budgetary constraints could play a role in whatever you do, how do you intend to mitigate this challenge vis-a-vis putting up more polling stations?
The challenge here is that the commission is actually funded by the National Assembly. And then if we have a challenge that, if we have a financial challenge to the extent that it will have an impact on our ultimate objectives, then we need to engage the Parliament as a stakeholders and to clarify our position and to indicate to them the challenges that we are facing and what will be the consequences if we are unable to have finances to ensure that polling stations are closer, are brought closer to the voters. End of the day is that you don't want to have a lower voter apathy. We don't want to have that. So the issue is that it needs to be negotiated. And I believe Parliament is reasonable, and they might also realize the impact of economic situation on the voters themselves, and as well as on the Electoral Commission, that it will be unable to fulfill its objectives if they don't have sufficient funds.
Thank you. Okay, are you done? My question to you is the legal reforms that you mentioned. I'm sure that as a legal advisor, you've taken time to go through the Electoral Act. What are some of the reforms that you think are necessary in terms of the current Electoral Act? That's one. And secondly, what would be the value proposition of those amendments?
What will be there?
The value addition of those amendments.
Okay. First of all, what I have seen is that going through the Act itself, is that I have observed certain things that we seem, I will answer it in three parts. The first is that we seem not to have implement the Act to its fullest. For example, the Act requires us to have regional offices across all the 14 regions. And permanent ones. And the advantage of that is that you are bringing services closer to the voters. That is one thing that one need to look at. So basically, in that perspective, and then sometimes in the report of the commission that I have read, is that we have been talking about voters' apathy, especially within the aspect of within the regional and local government authority elections. So basically, if you have regional officers, these people are very close to the community of that specific region. And then, in terms of the Act, we need to have a civic and voters education officer that will be able to be placed there, that will also be part of that regional officers. So basically, if you have that, then you will be, that person will be engaged on a regular basis with the community itself and to advise them of, to inform them about the advantage. So basically, what I have seen with the Act is that there are two things, the other things, shortcomings that I have seen with the Act is that, one that I have seen is that we are talking about donations. It will be from article or section 139 up to 140. But what I have seen is that we talk about the process and procedures are there, what need to be done and others, but what I have seen is that the limitation of the amounts that we have put is for external is 2 million. If you get sources from external 2 million, 2 million, and internal it will be 4 million. And donations, but the concept itself, donation, is not defined in the Act. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that they are talking about amount should not exceed that. But what happened if the donor gives you 500 cars? That exceeds more than 4 million. That's I don't know whether we get that one. That is one thing that I have picked up. So basically, if it is properly defined, then we will know that then we are not talking about the amount, but we are talking about the value of. We can also talk about the value of the donations, and that should not exceed 4 million or 2 million, but we are talking about the amount, and the interpretation thereof is that we are talking about money. But what happened if I give a donation of a building which is let me say over 4 million? Of if I have provided equipment that is exceeding the amount.
Okay, so what would be the amendment that you would propose?
The amendment is that one need to define and to link the value also to donations and not only to money.
All right, thank you.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, the other one that boils down to the independence of the Electoral Commission itself is the appointment of the staff members where the Public Service Commission is involved. In a true sense, then the Commission is not independent. The Commission is allowed to make organizational structures, but if the public service is engaged, are we going to align our structures in line with the public service? Our pay structures, our old structures, are we going to align with that? If that is the case, then the element of independence of the Electoral Commission is actually compromised.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that was our last question as far as the presentation is concerned. Kindly take a seat, sir. If you can just take your bottle of water, the other one you can put on the floor. Okay, so we are going to proceed with the interview. And I would like to give the opportunity to Commissioner Shienuna to ask the first question.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Navasep, as the CEO, how would you foster collaboration and build strong relationships with electoral stakeholders, such as political parties, civil society organizations? Did I repeat from the beginning, or did you hear me?
You can repeat that to be better.
Sorry for that. How would you foster collaboration and build strong relationships with electoral stakeholders, such as political parties, civil society organizations, the media, and other relevant stakeholders? Thank you.
The first thing that one needs to bear in mind is that maybe one needs to understand the concept of stakeholders. Who are these stakeholders? What are the stakeholders? And what are the implications on the operations of the Commission itself? And when you talk about stakeholders, is that we are talking about people who have vested interest within the institution itself. Within the operations of the institution. In this way is that the people who have a vested interest in our electoral processes, and because they are direct participants. If you understand that, if one have to understand that, then you need to, in order to identify them, first is that you need to thereafter identify them to say that who are these people who have interest in these things, in our processes. And first of all, from my perspective, is that the first is that the stakeholders, the first stakeholders, and the most important one is the sovereigns, the Namibians themselves. These are the sovereign ones, because you need to be able to identify them as a sovereign one, and yeah, it's a sovereign one, and then we have the political parties. Okay, let me put it this way around. So you need to be able to identify them, and when you identify them, you need to look at their interest. What is the interest of these stakeholders, specific stakeholders? And you look at the influence of these particular stakeholders, and you need to look at the impact on your operations. If you are able to do that, let me say, for example, and then after that, you need to develop what we call stakeholders management strategies. That can be management and communication strategies. The advantage here is that if you know the interests of the person, if you know the interests of the stakeholders, then you will be able to know the specific interest and how you will be engaged with these stakeholders. Let me say, for example, what the Commission have done with the current process that is going on is that the stakeholders here are the sovereigns. And besides that being dictated by the Act, I think you have done public notices. It has been going out in the newspapers and others, is that the reason why you are doing that is that you are actually informing them of the process, and through that gaining trust and integrity of the whole process. So basically, and then to deal effectively with stakeholders is that if you know their interest, whenever their interest is at stake, you need to engage them. We need to engage them. If, let me say, for example, if the issue at hand is have to do for the, okay, can I proceed?
Yeah, please.
If the interest at hand has to deal with political violence, And the Commission ignore almost all the stakeholders and trying to deal with the issue itself. It won't work. So basically, what we need to do is that you need to look at what is at stake. If the issue is a political violence, who are the stakeholders? Then the stakeholders will be the Namibian police, the stakeholders will be the various political formations, and the civic society, as well as the sovereigns themselves. So basically, and when you take decisions in this regard, they need to be part and parcel of developing a common solution for the problem. What I'm trying to say is that if you exclude stakeholders in the process where they have interest, you are going to have a problem. So basically, if they are engaged in the process and they are part and parcel of the solution, then the likelihood that there will be a mutual understanding and mutual respect between the Commission and its stakeholders are extremely high.
Okay, thank you. Now the next question is, how do you plan to promote transparency and accountability within the electoral management body? On top of that, can you provide practical examples of measures you intend to take to ensure the integrity of the electoral process? Thank you.
Can you just repeat the question so that I can grab it well?
Okay, let me take it one more time. How do you plan to promote transparency and accountability within the electoral management body? On top of that, can you provide practical examples of measures you intend to take to ensure the integrity of the electoral process is held?
From the onset is that electoral processes are to be regarded as credible, they need to comply with certain norms that are, and these norms is basically like it's coming from the commissioner, is that the element of impartiality. You need to bear in mind is that you need to treat all stakeholders, particularly political stakeholders, all of them, irrespective of their status. You need to treat them impartially. You need to treat them in such a way that you don't be seen as favoring X, Y, X, Y of Z party. You need to handle them equally and in accordance with the law. And by doing that, you are actually creating the element of trust, and you are eliminating the element you are promoting the element of impartiality. Impartiality. And second thing that one also need to do is that if the specific decision have a bearing on those political parties or stakeholders, the element of transparency is that they need to be part and parcel of the process. And let me just repeat what I've said. What the Commission have done is that is one of the exercises that the Commission have done to promote the transparency and integrity of the whole process, the current process that is going on. Is that these things, the adverts were put in the newspapers, it ran through the newspapers, and each and every stakeholder were given the opportunity to say that if they have objections, they need to come in and make an objection. That is actually one of the elements that one need to do in order to bring integrity, fairness, and to eliminate subjective feelings from the whole process. And besides that, the public has also been invited. That is one reason, that is one aspect how one actually built a credible electoral process. Let us imagine ourselves if the whole process this was done in secret. The consequences could have been severe. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that, from my perspective, that you need to know the interest of that particular stakeholders and the interest, influence, and the impact, and try to involve them in the process that have bearing on them. Let me say, if you change if one have to change the act, if you want to change the act, of course, the initial draft starts with here, but if you leave out all the political parties and civic organizations, but let's concentrate on political parties whose state of interest is very high. If you leave them out throughout the process, then obviously I think the element of integrity, the element of close cooperation and mutual trust will be something will be a foreign will be, for the lack of better word, will be not present. Nobody will trust the Commission if things are done that way. So basically, it's an issue of engaging in exchange views.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Commissioner Leonard.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Nabasep, how would you handle any potential disputes or challenges to the electoral process? In your response, can you also provide practical examples of how you would deal with the potential disputes or challenges effectively? Should I repeat?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you handle any disputes or challenges to the electoral process? And in your response, can you provide practical examples of how you would address the challenges and the disputes effectively?
With regard to election process itself, it's a fragile process, and probabilities that there will be challenges is real, and there will be conflict is real. But then one needs to divide between disputes that are governed by law and disputes that can be solved just like between the two parties. Let me say, for example, if it is a dispute with regard to the voter's roll, then the Act makes provision that such individual with a complaint must lodge a complaint. Must lodge a complaint with the electoral tribunal. That's one way. And the other one is that if it is ordinary conflict between that have nothing, it has not so much bearing on the electoral processes, but it seems to be a problem, is that one needs to have that courage and to be objective and not to be governed by subjective factors, and listen to what the concerns are all about. And what I need also to inform the commissioners is that conflict by nature is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing because it is a very. The reason why I'm saying is that it's not a bad thing is that first it eliminates the issue of group thinking. It eliminates the element of initiatives. Initiatives, yes, people cannot come with new ideas and like that. So basically, from my perspective is that if there are any complaints, from the stakeholders, particularly, especially from the political formations, is that give them the audience and listen to them and see how this problem can be resolved. There are certain problems that can only be resolved in terms of the procedures that has been created in law. And there are those ones that can also be parked, and it has maybe a bearing on the amendment of the act. So basically, you can take note of that, and when there is a time to amend the act, that those issues can be brought in.
Thank you. Commissioner Evarestes, you may take the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you share your vision for the future of elections in Namibia?
Future of elections?
Yes. Can you share your vision for the future of elections in Namibia? And by so doing, what innovative ideas do you have that will enhance voter participation, strengthen democratic processes, and increase public confidence in the electoral system that we have?
What vision do I have for the Electoral Commission? And first vision is that we want that each and every eligible voter must participate in elections. We need to have at least 95 to 96 or 98 participant rate. And that one can be done. First thing that one need to do is that if you have credible systems in place, if you have built confidence within the society about our processes and systems, if there is a credibility, and if we reflect the issue of independence, the independence of the Electoral Commission, that needs to be reflected by our conduct and behavior, how we do it. And if you treat all the stakeholders, irrespective of who they are, in an impartial way, that will actually promote the confidence of the electorate. And the other thing is that we need to make use of Directorate of voters and civic education, which by law are supposed to be created by the commission itself. So basically, the purpose of that commission, of that division, will be to educate the society about to provide civic education, especially those ones who are now turning 18 years. We need to do that so that they are aware of what is at stake. And then other thing is that I'm not quite sure to what extent the Commission have memorandum of understanding with Ministry of Education and Ministry of Information, because the Act requires us to have those platforms. The purpose of those platforms is those platforms through which you can reach potential voters, and through which you can demonstrate and indicate the importance of participation in elections. For example, you can visit schools, especially grade 12s who are about to turn 18 years old. And if you can explain to them the importance and the reason why they have to participate in the election, is that the likelihood is that you are going to eliminate to a greater extent the voters' apathy. And what we need also to bear in mind is that to do these things is that you have the voters' roll. The voters' roll actually gives you a clear idea of your planning, demographics, and shortcomings that have been coming in. And we need to target those shortcomings. And the Act also requires us that after every elections, we need to have a post-mortem report. And that post-mortem reports bring out any eventualities that have happened, any challenges. And if we are going to deal with those challenges effectively and adjust our behavior and conduct according to those principles, then the probabilities for us to mitigate negativity towards the Commission and to attract voters, higher voters turnout is actually real.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We move on to the last question, which is from me. What are your long-term goals for the position of Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer? How do you plan to leave a lasting impact on the electoral system and contribute to the country's democratic development? What are your long-term goals for the position of Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer? How do you plan to leave a lasting impact on the electoral system and contribute to the country's democratic development? So basically, I'm asking you, if you are successful, what is the impact that you're going to make? What would you want to be remembered for?
What I actually want to achieve is that first thing is that I need to give a full effect to the dictates of the Act. I need to make sure that all the requirements of the Act are implemented, and that if there are shortcomings within the Act, is that we need to amend, going into the process to amend the Act. And what I have said is that the dictates of the Act, what I'm trying to say is that let me give you a very clear example of, let me say, for example, disclosure of assets and liabilities and disclosures of donors, donations and something, and those. You know, there is a deep underlying principles, there is a deep underlying purpose why these principles are there. So basically, from the person that comes from my perspective is that this is an area that you are not going to be lenient. You are not going to be lenient. You need to make sure that things are done in accordance with the law. Let's take, for example, the reason why we have these disclosures is that you want to make sure that the accountability of political parties. That is one thing that I will be concentrating on. And second one is that you want to make sure, the issue of disclosure basically, you want to make sure that each and every participant, if in the process, have an equal level of, the level field is equal for each and every one. But if you have undisclosed donations, then the level, what is this one? The playing field will be unleveled. And let me give you a clear examples of these things are not really, it's a universal challenge that we have. Let's take, for example, the Watergate scandal. The Watergate scandal of 1970, this is 1970 in USA, where President Nixon were actually in the process to influence the electoral processes by receiving unnecessary of solicit funds from others. The similar thing happened also into UK during 2006 and 7, what was referred to as case for honor scandal, where the Labour Party wanted donations, and then donations from individuals, and the amount of how higher you how high your donation is, that the probabilities of you to be accorded a status symbol was actually real. The same happened to Australia. In Australia, very recently, Australia is that where Senator Sam, they call him Senator Sam, received donations from the Chinese national, who is closely aligned to the Chinese government, and it created a problem to the extent that he was actually later forced to resign. So basically what I'm trying to say is that from the person who is coming from the legal background, my understanding and a deeper understanding of the principles that have been stipulated in the Act is that I will not be guided only by what is on the surface, but what was the rationale why these principles are coming in, and what will be the consequences for the Commission if these principles are not adhered to. And the other thing that I actually need also to talk about is that the funding of political parties, basically from those who are in the parliament, there are certain restrictions on that money. There are certain restrictions on that money, and now what mechanism do we have to ensure that the money is used for the specific purposes that it has been allocated for, and that money has been allocated to ensure that these political parties are engaged in democratic, in constitutional, to promote constitutional democracy. In other words, for political purposes and to provide civic education to the subordinates. But to what extent do we know that these are happening? And in that regard, I think although these statements used to be only handed in at a specific period, but the Act actually mandated Auditor General to do unannounced to do inspections anytime to determine that the amount that has been accorded to these political parties are used for the purposes that they have been intended to. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that my legacy, if I will be preferably a candidate, is that to follow the dictates of the law as it stands.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I indicated that is our last question. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask the panel, perhaps?
No, I really don't have any question. Anything that I need to ask is probably one thing. Do we have the Directorate of Civic and Civic Education, Civic and Voters Education? Do we have it?
It exists.
In there?
It's a division. It exists.
Okay, there is. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
then it's fine. But besides that, I need just to thank the commissioners for the opportunity that they have provided me to showcase, to see whether I am a suitable candidate. And that itself, from my perspective, is something very good. And I have to repeat again, I'm actually impressed with the transparency of the whole process. And I have the feeling that the commissioners are people who are guided by you followed the rules as dictated by the Act. That's something very positive, and that is something that can bring about confidence in the system itself.
We also would like to take this opportunity to thank you sincerely, sir, for coming, and we wish you all the best in this process. Thank you.
Am I released?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Welcome to the Electoral Commission of Namibia. My name is Elsie Nikembwa, and I'm the chairperson of the commission.
Afternoon.
My name is Gerson Waribishihenuna, the Commissioner of Elections.
Good afternoon, sir, and feel welcomed. My name is Evaristes, and I'm one of the commissioners as well.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Emma Leonard, one of the commissioners too, and you are most welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Gerson Sendano, one of the commissioners, and please feel welcomed. Thank you.
Can you please take the opportunity to introduce yourself? We would like to know your qualifications, your working experience, any other information that you would like to provide the panel that is relevant to this process.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Vincent Tema Sazita, a Namibian. I have the following qualification: Doctor of Philosophy in Public Administration, Master of Administration, Bachelor of Technology degree in Public Management, Bachelor of Technology degree in Environmental Health, Diploma in Environmental Health, Diploma in Project Management and Project Administration for senior officials of non-governmental overseas organizations. My work experience: I served in various managerial positions. I served as manager, then as chief executive officer for municipal councils, and then I as well then moved into the world of academia, where I am a lecturer at various institutions, NASTI, IUM, University of Namibia, and also assisting NIPAM in the facilitation of various training programs for our regional and local authorities, and then also developing the curriculum for them, as well as training material, and also with NAMCOL doing the same thing, which I believe that they are more on research, which is part of academia. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to confirm that we did not receive any objection against your candidature for inclusion in this process. I would like to confirm that we did not receive any objection against you taking part in this process.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you were given a topic and you were asked to prepare a PowerPoint presentation. I would like to give you the 15 minutes to do your presentation. After your presentation, the panel members will ask you questions. Okay. So you can start with your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. My task is to present the mission of the Electoral Commission of Namibia in terms of its mandate and its objectives in the country. Then, in this regard, I actually...
Where's the pointer?
He's not on the stage. It should be on the stage. I think he's looking for the laptop.
All this. An introduction regarding ECN. The mandate of the Electoral Commission of Namibia is to conduct and manage electoral and referenda processes. The following is covered in this presentation. The first one, the mandate of ECN in terms of functions and the roles. And then the commission, strategic objectives, the secretarial and administrative functions, report writing, and then closure. The mandate of ECN is to ensure that elections are supervised, directed, and controlled in Namibia, comprised of 14 regions with 121 constituencies, 57 local authorities, and 59 traditional authorities. Their purpose is to supervise, to direct, and to control fair and free elections, thus allowing the freedom of electorates to vote independently. The theory of elections, which is acceptable worldwide, is that elections are conducted in a fair, free, and democratic environment, thus allowing the public to practice and participate independently in those elections. That is the accepted norm worldwide. Then the strategic objectives that one should follow once operating in the ECN office, because here the issue is that you are dealing mainly with statutes. There is nothing that can be done without following statutes. You cannot do anything. You have to make sure that it is in line with the Commission's mandate, and then it's in line with the statutes in terms of the Act 5 of 2014, where you must align it with whatever activity that needs to be done. Therefore, to ensure understanding of the vision of the ECN, the strategic plan in the first place is that you have to understand how the strategic plan of that organization is operating. Because you will not operate properly if you don't know their vision, you don't know their mission, and you don't understand what is happening in the area. Then you ensure the objectives and the core values are identified. Then again, you must know their core values and their objectives in the first place. And then you identify tactics of operation, how you are going to operate. And then you implement those tactics. And then you evaluate and monitor implementation at each level. If you have such an objective in dealing with the organization, it will then be the best thing that one can do for you to achieve the best of the organization. Because what the organization is looking after is to ensure that you are carrying its mandate, you promote its image to the whole electorate, because the electorate are the people who are putting this house to be here today. Without them, this house wouldn't exist. Then, through those objectives, you will have administrative functions. For ECN to run, it needs the functions of administration as well as the commission. The commission being on top, then the administrative being the engine room that is operating to ensure that these activities are running. The first thing is administrative functions will be coordinated between the staff, the ECN, and the stakeholders. That is how the administrative functions will be dealing. Then financial, budgeting and the implementation thereof. Budgeting is very important in your objectives of operations because you have to understand the financial issues of the organization, how the budget is conducted, and how it is going to be sufficient or not sufficient for the organization. And then information, especially ECN. Information is vital because with information, you have to inform the voters. You have to inform the stakeholders, both nationally and international, on what is happening. Because without them being informed, it is difficult. And we also talk of transparency. If you are not informing them, then transparency will not be there, and it's difficult for them to know exactly what you are up to. Then pursuing the ECN Act, Act 5 of 2014, since we are all aware of the fact that ECN operates based on the principles of the Act and the sections. Even if you publish something in the newspaper or in the media, you have to attach a section to say that this is going to happen like this. And then from there are timelines. Before you act, you must know how long is this thing going to take before it happens. Therefore, you cannot do it without following the Act so that you understand the sections there. Then voter education in terms of conduct of elections and the referenda. So voter education is very important as part of ECN because that is where our mandate is, that the voters are educated in what is happening towards elections and the referenda. Then report writing. Report writing is the key also. You must actually show that there is a report that is written at the end of the elections to inform the stakeholders, both internationally and nationally, and also the parliament, the office of the president should be able to know how the commission conducted all these elections and how they ended. If there were issues, it is also a risk for the country, and then they will not trust the organization. As a result of that, it's important that that report writing is given to them so that at least they know exactly how to deal with these things. And then in that one, there is always a report from the commission. The commission will also have their report on what they have been doing the whole year under review. And then we will have also the directorate and the different departments of the organization that we have. Each directorate will have to give a report. Each department will give a report. And then the political parties, financial and the related activities of what they were using the money for in terms of budgetary allocations and so on, how the money was used and so on, is one of the key activities that we need from the political parties as well. And then the next thing is ECN financial reporting and all its related activities. Therefore, the financial part of ECN in terms of budget variance, under usage and the over usage are all checked to see if things are operating in a proper way. And then voter education undertaken. The report will also focus on the voter education that was undertaken in terms of staff deployed from central to different districts where they are operating to make sure that at least all activities of that election during the year under review was conducted in a fairly and a fair manner, and that things went well in terms of logistics, everything should be reported. And then evaluation of all activities. Then all the activities are evaluated, and you know that exactly things have been working the way the mandate is set for ECN. And then you do also a post-mortem of elections and the referenda of the year under review. Now, you conclude your report on what has transpired during the year under review. Then, end of presentation. Thank you very much for
Thank you. Thank
for
you
your
very
attention.
much, Dr. Sazita. Commissioners, are there any questions based on the presentation? Commissioner Shenuna.
Thank you, Chair. You made reference to free and fair elections in your presentation. Now, what would be the criteria that you would use to certify elections as free and fair?
Sorry, could you repeat yourself?
You made reference to the need to have free and fair elections.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Question is, what are the criteria that one would normally consider to be able to certify elections as free and fair?
Thank you very much. The procedures to ensure that elections are fair and free, the first thing is the issue of information to all the people that elections are taking place in the country, and then they are now having the information and they are aware that there is elections as first thing. And then from there will be an issue where you alert also the international community to also participate to make sure that the elections are free and fair. And then political parties are also given opportunity to come in and also give their views on what they intend doing in these elections that are to come, so that each and every political party, each and every individual, for example, we have independent candidates, they are all aware that indeed the elections are free, it's transparent because everyone knows what is happening, and then they can participate. And then we also see issue of community members who normally complain. Immediately after elections, they will complain that the elections were not fair and free. In people's minds, that is the way, but whatever the principles of ECN is that it's transparent, the observers are there, therefore there is no way it cannot be transparent because the observers were there, they checked everything, both international and national political parties, observers are also there. So it's easy for us to say the elections were free and fair, no violence, nothing, it went very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions on the presentation, Commissioner Sendano?
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, my question is, you have, in your presentation, you have mentioned the effectiveness of administration. Now, what are some of the organizational blind spots or unexpected issues that one has to be aware? Mostly these are issues associated with running an institution such as this one.
Sorry, I didn't get you properly.
Okay, let me take it again. You mentioned the issue of administration, right?
Yes.
There was administration there. Now, my question is, what are some of the organizational blind spots or unexpected issues that are associated with running an institution such as this one?
Okay.
What should one be aware when it comes to running institutions such as this one?
Okay. In the first place, we will use planning. Failing to plan is planning to fail. Therefore, since ECN is mainly a procedural thing, and it goes phase by phase, step by step, which means that everything that is done should be planned properly. That is one management activity that we are going to plan, to use as a tool. Then the second one is organization. Organization, we are looking at resources. They should be organized and be ready to be used. And then in that organization, we have to have also the timelines. Because with timelines, we know exactly this activity starts when and it ends when. And we must make sure that we are checking with the Act and the sections thereof as to how this thing is being run procedurally. And then we also see that in most things, like for example, we will have to have meetings with the staff members. Once we have meetings with the staff members, say time in advance, you have all the activities, and then you inform the people in different divisions that this activity is going to take place this month or that month. So we must start preparing before we reach there, so that preparation is done earlier before the activity is taking place. As a result of that, you do some repetitive meetings and so on, and then you report to the commission as to how far you are in that particular activity that is coming up.
Thank you. Commissioner Evaristis?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sazita. Doctor, help me understand. I tried to understand your presentation to a certain extent. Could you probably out of the presentations, in a summary way, just indicate to this panel the innovative strategies that you, as the Chief Executive Officer, who will be responsible for both elections and referenda, how you intend to apply and ensure that the mission is upheld, just in summary, in terms of new innovative solutions that you intend to bring about.
Okay, thank you very much. To be innovative is very important because you are proactive and you are actually following. So the innovative part that one will have to do is to look at the issues of objectives. You first have the objectives in what you are doing, and then after that, you set your objectives, the timeline, and the implementation thereof, so that each and every activity that is taking place is known, and it starts when, it ends when. And then the next thing is also the stakeholders. The stakeholders need to be aware. We need to check our stakeholders. They must get informed as to when the elections are taking place so that they are also ready. And then the other thing is to also look at issues of voting, because we are using EVMs. That is a new thing upcoming in the market. It's an innovative thing to work at. Then we study and research with other institutions who have used it, so that we can see that we can use it as well. And then we look at the information of the voters. If the voters are not aware, then it's a problem. Then we need to make sure that the information flow is going straight forward to each and every one of them, so that they are aware of what is going on. And then the voter education is important for the Commission, so that each and every activity in the voting, they are aware and they are doing it properly, so that they are well informed from time to time.
Thank you very much. I think we are done with the questions relating to the presentation. If you could kindly take a seat so that we proceed with the other questions. The first question will come from Commissioner Shienuna.
Thank you, Chair. How would you foster collaboration and build strong relationships with electoral stakeholders, such as political parties, civil society organizations, and the media, and other relevant stakeholders? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Relationships are very important in an organization. Without relationships, there is no work that is going to be done properly. In terms of that, you look at the coordination. The first thing is we have different stakeholders, and then we need to know who they are and what their hopes are for the elections that are upcoming. And then we have a relationship between the Commission and the staff members under it. Therefore, building relationships means you have to make sure that there's coordination. You coordinate activities, make sure that activities are coordinated between each and every level, departmental and divisional wise. And then the electorates also, they need coordination, to coordinate with them in terms of giving information to them. And then from there, like in the issue of departments, each department in an organization needs to be coordinated properly so that all the functions are carried forward properly for the organization to achieve its objectives and goals. So in that regard also, where you see that there is something lacking, we'll also need training of staff to make sure that they understand their tasks at hand, what they are able to do, so that there is that good working relationship, teamwork, and also individual work. There can be a job that is given to you as an individual, a job that you should complete alone, because the supervisors will come to you and give you an activity which needs a confidentiality. Then they are tasking you as an individual to do it as an individual, and then you give a report of that. So that relationship should be sound and very good in between all stakeholders and the departments and the organization and the commission as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Sindano?
Okay, thank you, Doc. How do you plan to promote transparency and accountability with the electoral management body? As you do that, can you also provide practical examples of measures you intend to take to ensure the integrity of the electoral process is held?
Okay, thank you very much. Transparency is very important because it allows you to be open-minded. You don't have anything that you don't want to give to the public to know. So in other words, an open door policy, you are allowing yourself to show people so that they can have trust in you. For example, if we go for elections, the people will have elections done. Once the elections are done, we'll give feedback to make sure that at least they understand and they know exactly how it went. And then by doing so, they will trust the organization in terms of transparency, because the results are read in a transparent manner, the votes are counted in a transparent manner while the observers are also sitting there. So that is open door policy that allows them to exactly understand that indeed it is open for us all to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Leonard? Dr. Sazita, how would you handle any potential dispute or challenges to the electoral process? And in your response, could you kindly provide practical examples of how you would address potential disputes and challenges effectively?
Thank you very much. Potential disputes are many in any organization. In the first place, you have to go to the parties that are at conflict or that are disputing. And then you get the information first of that dispute. Once you get the information regarding that dispute, you then call these people and you sit together with them and address those disputes. And then, for example, there can be a dispute in terms of people who are not in agreement with the results of the elections. So by law, they have to go through the act to say that they must address their complaint to the ECN. So that dispute can be dealt at the office here. That is coming from the public regarding the results. So it's a dispute, they are disputing the results, so they need to be clarified how it went, that they were observers, both nationally and internationally. So there's nothing that is going to be a problem because everything was fair and free before them. And then from there are also office disputes. In terms of office disputes, you just address the two or more people who are disputing. First of all, you find facts, exactly what happened. And then after you have found those facts, now you address each and every one of them until everyone is satisfied. Then it can be resolved right at the office level by the managers there. If it fails, then it comes to the next level of management. If it fails, then it comes to the commission. Then the commission will take a decision on that particular dispute. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Evaristis?
Thank you. Can you share your vision for the future of elections in Namibia? I'll repeat, can you share your vision for the future of elections in Namibia? By so doing, what innovative ideas do you have that will enhance voter participation, strengthen democratic processes, and increase public confidence in the electoral system that we have?
Okay. Thank you very much. In the first place, the image of ECN is very important, and it must be promoted and carried up there. The voters themselves, we do have voters of different ideologies and so on. Therefore, to do that one, we have to convince them. Point number one, we have to educate them that we need you to participate in our elections, because we cannot have our presidential elections, regional, local, and the National Assembly elections without their support. Therefore, we need their support. Then we will assign different instruments in the country, like we have regional councils, we have local authority councils, community members, leaders like councillors, to sensitize the communities to ensure that these communities participate fully in the elections, because they are electing the leaders that will lead the country. So they have to make sure that these people are understanding the ideology behind elections. Therefore, it must be carried out to the youth who are turning 18 years, so that they are aware, so that we have a voter representation that is widely going to be participated. And then all the age ranges should be addressed through voter education and the information pamphlets and all those materials that they can be educated on, and with regard to the fact that we really need participation, because it's their government, it's their leaders, they need to take part in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last question, what are your long-term goals for the position of Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer? How do you plan to leave a lasting impact on the electoral system and contribute to the country's democratic development?
Okay, thank you very much. The role of an ECOR is to make sure that he coordinates activities between the Commission and the management staff, and then to ensure that these roles are conducted in a fair manner. As an ECOR, you must ensure that, number one, the administrative part is taken into place, so that in terms of administrative part, you are having all your divisions. You cannot operate alone in an isolated area. So you'll get consultations from various departments, and then from there, in that, you will then address each and every item. And then from there, like now in the next elections and referenda that might take place in the future, the first thing is logistics. Logistics is very important, so that all the logistics are in place. The manpower is also in place, and then the information to stakeholders should also be in place, where stakeholders are informed of the next elections to take place. And then through the processes of ensuring that the presidential office also proclaims it in the Gazette that these elections are to take place. So the most important thing are the timelines, which a person must make sure that you stick to the timelines, and you stick to informing the staff members and the stakeholders and everyone involved in the process, so that by the time the elections come, you are not left behind. You have done each and every activity according to the processes that are going to be done. In the next thing is that we know that there is registration of voters. So that is very important. because there is no election without registration of voters. There is a supplementary registration, there is a general registration of voters, and then the provisional one, so that all these things must be ready before the elections take place. So all these activities need to be coordinated in order for one to ensure that in the next elections we are ready logistically, we are ready with manpower, we are ready with information, we are ready with international observers, and political parties are also ready. These independent candidates have also been informed that in the next elections, the elections are starting and they have to get ready.
And therefore your impact will be what specifically within the framework of what you've indicated now?
So my impact now will be that as an ECOR, I must make sure that I have to consult with the Commission so that the Commission is aware. Every now and then it's just like a two-way relationship where I inform the Commission of what activities are going on. And then the staff members must also be attended to make sure that each and every function is carried on properly so that there are no delays in terms of our timelines that are set.
Thank you very much. That was our last question. We now granting you the opportunity to ask us questions, or a question if you have any.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. For me, I don't think I have any question to ask the Commission or the public. For me, it's just to be thankful that I have been recognized as one of the participants into this interview, and that the way it took place, for me, it was professional, beginning with the first time when we started up to the last day today. And I thank you very much that at least now we are put to rest. Thank you very much. And we are looking forward to see whatever are the developments relating to whatever is planned by ECN in terms of this appointment. Thank you very much.
And we thank you very much for coming, and we wish you all of the best.
Thank you.
You will be informed about the outcome
Thank you
of
very
this
much.
process. Thank you. Can you stand there? Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to this interview process. My name is Elsie Ngikembwa and I'm the chairperson of the commission.
Good afternoon, welcome. My name is Piazza Olivier, the Commissioner of Elections.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Evaristes, and I'm one of the commissioners as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I am Emma Leonard, one of the commissioners. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Gerson Sendano, one of the commissioners, and please feel welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your qualifications, working experience, any other information that you would like to give the panel that is relevant to this process?
Thank you very much. And good afternoon and good morning, the panel and the members of the public and members of the media present. My name is Pietres Sharma. I am one of the shortlisted candidates for this position, Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer for the Electoral Commission of Namibia. I'll start briefly with my career path. I have worked for the Ministry of, by then, Basic Education and Culture for 10 years as a teacher, and that gave me the base for planning and impacting knowledge. I performed various administrative roles that gave me the capacity on administration and management of resources of any institution in the government. I have also served or worked for the Ministry of Health and Social Services for 15 years as in the capacity of middle manager, and I have performed administrative duties that give me the capacity, the base for this position. I have served for the Electoral Commission of Namibia for 10 years when I joined the Electoral Commission of Namibia in 2013 as a Deputy Director for Planning and Registration, the heart of planning elections. Currently, I am serving as a Director of Operations, which is the big engine of elections. Why? Because you have the two legs, administration of elections and the voter and civic education, which are the core parts or units that implement the mandate of the Commission. So, looking at that, before I joined the Commission, as we were all aware that we have a system of seconding people to work in elections. I have built a progressive career path in election administration, where I started as a registration officer, polling officer, presiding officer, team leader, supervisor of registration, returning officer, assistant manager, assistant coordinator, and regional coordinator. For that matter, it was for commerce, which is a strategic region. As we all know that we have run 6 elections, both presidential and national assembly elections and regional council. During when I was seconded, I have served 4 elections each in those capacities. And I have served all the positions or roles that are required for conducting in any election. I have also, if you look, I have consistently built a career in election management. That makes me whom I am today, and I'm passionate of that. And in relevance to this position, or before that, I am one of the pioneers of our electoral management system in the country, where we started the way back in 1989. That's why I said I have built a progressive career in elections management. And of late, I was admitted to pursue a study, a master's degree in electoral policy and administration, and of which I am a graduate for that. And I became the first pioneer of a profession in election management. As we all know that the world has adopted a strategy or a way to recognize running elections as a profession. It was on that basis I have pursued that study, and I became the first pioneer of that profession in Namibia. I'm happy to say I have paved the way for my colleagues, and today we have a good number of colleagues that are pursuing that master's degree in electoral policy and administration.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive introduction, Mr. Sharma. I would like to state to you that we did not receive any objection against your candidacy for inclusion in this process. I'm stating it for the record. Secondly, you have received a topic and you were required to prepare a PowerPoint presentation. We would like to grant you this opportunity to do your presentation, and thereafter the panel members will ask you questions. The presentation is strictly for 15 minutes, and we have to try and keep within time. Otherwise, we are going to stop you within 15 minutes, even if you are not done. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I have a few, as requested or directed, required. I prepared a few strategies that I am going to share with the panel. The first one is on legal framework. This one is talking about to develop or to have a responsive legislation. Because as we know, the Electoral Commission of Namibia is in existence because of the electoral, it is within the law. It is on that basis that we have to make sure that our Electoral Act is responsive and is current and is consistent with the Constitution. That is one of the strategies. If it's not, if there are gaps, we have to effect the electoral amendments. That is strategy one. Moving. Okay, it appears it's not. Huh? Okay, the second strategy is on administrative frameworks. As we know, you have a law. Now you have to make sure that you have a strategic plan to make sure that the strategic is aligned to your legal framework. And that is the strategy that will guide the Commission in the specific period that the Commission has to deliver its mission. We also want, and that's where you'll have to to ensure that your strategic plan is very comprehensive, and we need to make sure that we have responsive policies to operationalize our electoral act and also to operationalize our strategic plan. And one of them, if I can give you the example, is to make sure that we have a policy that is operationalizing your electoral operations, and you have a policy that is also operationalizing your strategic plan, a performance policy. It's just to give you an example. For us to be able to make sure that our mission will be able to be accomplished by upholding our electoral democracy. And also to make sure that we engage our stakeholders, because we are the Electoral Commission of Namibia is in existence because of the stakeholders. We have to manage them very well, and we have to have strategies or plans that are talking to their needs. And then we have also to have standard operating procedures. The next one is the strategy that's talking about effective administration. Number one, you cannot execute your strategic plan if you don't have the budget. It's to make sure that you have strategies that are talking to your budget needs, to make sure that your activities are adequately covered or are funded for the Commission to be able to execute its mission. And the Commission, or as a CEO, I would also want to see a strategy that's talking about a responsive organizational structure. If your structure is not responsive to your needs, it will be very practically difficult for the Commission to achieve its mission. So the structure must be developed, and that's one of the strategies that I want to have, to make sure and review it continuously to make sure that it is responsive to the needs. So the other strategy is on ICT management. As you know, that the Commission is in existence because of our stakeholders, particularly the voters. We must have a voter registration system that is responsive, and it should be integrated. That's one of the strategies that we need to have. That entails the voter registration system itself, the voter registration process, the verification of the voters, the election management, and if we want, you can also go to have a strategy. That strategy should make sure that that inclusive of having the transmission of a result, the registration of political parties, and also the nomination process, to make sure that your strategies or your operations are effective and efficient. Because all of us, we have to embrace technology nowadays, because it makes our life easier. And then one of the strategies is to make sure that our data are safe and secure, being corporate data and being electoral data. And it's also on that we need to make sure that as part of the voter registration system, we have what we call a replica, a disaster recovery outside the building, so that in case of anything, you have your voters register replicated. And then that will allow the business continuity. Yeah, the next one is more on institutional values, because the institutional values are the components that are driving the mandate of the commission. We have to make sure to have that strategy that's talking about implementation of our institutional values, is to make awareness, to create awareness among ourselves as a staff, and also to do self-assessment, including myself, if a CEO, if I happen to be a successful candidate, and also the teams to see the importance of having institutional values, because these are the components, the ingredients that will make your mission a success. Because, for example, the issue of integrity, we have to conduct our elections without errors and with openness and credible. It's also to make sure that our institutional values are actionable and visible. Actionable means that, for example, it's not only to have our institutional values standing, we must act accordingly as per our values. And we must also make them visible wherever we are, so that when we make decisions, before we make decisions, we look whether the decisions that we are making, they have a negative impact or positive impact on the mission of the Commission. We may have also a strategy that needs to align our communications, being internal, being outside, to our values. And then we have also to do research, because we must have a strategy that will talk to the research, because it's only through research that the organization can grow. And for example, as we all know, that one of the typical examples is to say, we have consistently observed the decline of voting. We have voter apathy and we have the low vote turnout. We have to conduct research. What causes the voter apathy in our electoral processes? And there is also a perception over there which is saying about the ECN. We have to make sure that we have also a research that is determining the extent of the perception about the trust and confidence in the electoral system. In a nutshell, that's the strategy that I want to sell, that are actionable, and I believe once if I become a successful candidate, I will be able to operationalize that and to make sure that the mission is accomplished.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your presentation. I will now give the commissioners the opportunity to ask questions. Commissioner Shannon.
Thank you, Chair. Now, somewhere there you made reference to our act, and I'm sure you are aware that we are seeking some amendments to this Electoral Act. What are some of the key issues that the Commission is seeking amendment on, and why?
Thank you very much. We are aware that the mandate of the Commission is emanating from the Constitution. And if you look now, is any independent electoral management body. One of the amendments, after my research, is to ensure that the issue of full independence is included in the electoral amendments, to ensure that the Commission has a full autonomy as provided for in the Constitution. like all other constitutional bodies. That is one. Two is to make sure that the issue of registration of our voters, the registration process. There are also a number of areas, according to my research, that we need to make amendments on to make sure that the Electoral Act is specifically talking to the needs on the ground. This has to do with the registration process and also the issue of when it comes to, as I have picked it up, when it comes to regulating the period of nomination. Currently, as I read in the current law, it is not that well structured or prescribed. The law is seeking amendment to that so that we have, the commission has a specific period under which, so it's not a nomination, but also the nomination, sorry. The nomination also have a specific period, and then the issue of registration of political parties. So that is well regulated, well in advance, to allow the commission to do the rest of the processes when registering that particular party or organization. And also the issue of conversing of the vote, to make sure that you have a timeline for buying the votes or for getting the votes.
Thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Leonard, thank you.
Chairperson. Mr. Sharma, you mentioned under ICT management, you mentioned that an integrated voter registration and management system, as well as the data safety and security, are key issues. As part of the innovative strategies that you would be proposing and being part of the current system and the operations of elections, what is it that you would do differently, since we are referring to innovative strategies that you will be developing, that you are developing as a potential CEO? What is it that you will be doing differently, having mentioned that the voter registration and management system as well as the data safety and security systems are key?
Thank you very much. When it comes to voter registration system, is to make sure that you have a system that is integrated, and that is what I want to see. Currently, we have systems that are standalones. That makes it difficult to manage the whole process. And one of the strategies to make sure that your voter registration system is to ensure, according to my vision, that you have the management reports that the system can generate when the commission is looking for the number of voters in a specific constituency or in a whole country, or the CEO or whoever. You don't need to go where the voter registration is hosted. It's a matter of clicking a button and get the information. And that is what we want, or what I want to see in place. And also to give the statistics that the system can, because you need statistics for you to be able to make decisions. Without statistics, it becomes very difficult. And statistics are helping towards making sure that you review the systems and you make effective decisions that are talking to the grounds. Data safety is to make sure that we have very robust cybersecurity to make sure that our data are protected and we produce reports on the level of protection weekly, if not monthly, because if your data is not protected, then definitely you are running a risk of running an election. That's why you must have your firewall very robust so that any attempt could not pass through to access your data. And that's what I want to see happening to make sure that this is doubled. And of course, so far we have not come across, but we need to make sure that this is doubled because that is where our mandate is hosted, particularly the voter register.
Thank you. Commissioner Sindano? Commissioner Evaristis?
No, thank you. Just one question relating to the fact that you have indicated during this presentation that you are a pioneer. I think I heard you mention this word pioneer 2, 3, 4 times. And that to a certain extent there is a perception about ECN and relating to trust and confidence that the general voters has towards ECN. My question to you is what innovative solutions are you thinking of that you will apply to ensure that the mission is upheld of ECN, particularly based on those concerns and perceptions the public have about ECN, and also in relations to that, what has stopped you from applying that, having served already for 10 good years in ECN?
Thank you very much. You see, I want to put it this way. The perception is out there. But I must say, the Commission has done extremely well in terms of putting up frameworks in place, in terms of putting up processes in place. But of course, you will never satisfy anybody. We will not know the extent of perception until we conduct a research. Therefore, one of the innovative strategy solutions that I'm bringing forth, as I indicated earlier, is to make sure that we conduct a research on the perception of the voters about the trust they have in the Electoral Commission of Namibia, so that we know whether those patients, then that will put us in a picture to say, okay, those patients, that is what the public and the electorate are saying, then definitely what we need to do is to mitigate, to develop mitigating strategy to address those. The research will be the solution, because only through research that we'll be able to know where you are standing. And that's one of the critical strategies, as I indicated. Yes, on issue of why I have applied. You see, as I indicated, the world is moving away from having, if you look at the world today, they are moving towards new democracy. where governments are only secured through democratic elections. That's why today they have recognized elections of administration of elections as a profession to make sure that they build worldwide the capacity that will run elections. Previously, it was a matter of having elections, off it go, and then that's the end. Not knowing that elections are very critical to any country. That's why worldwide it has been recognized that there is a need to develop a profession in managing and administering elections. That's why I pursued that. And then, why? It is because, number one, if you look, I have the required skills and competence. During my tenure being at the Electoral Commission of Namibia, I have managed to develop an electoral calendar which is aligned to the electoral cycle framework, which is international framework, recognized framework, of which all EMBs are required to abide to. Today we have that tool. We are only populating it when the elections come. I have also managed to develop the electoral operations policy, which has been adopted for the first time in the history of our country, or of the institution. I have also developed the performance management policy that is regulating our performance management, or regulating or implementing operationalizing our strategic plan through performance management system. For the first time, the risk management strategy.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Maybe my last part of the question might have not been clear enough. It relates more to the fact that in terms of this confidence and trust, now that you have, you mentioned of a strategy, what has hindered you from implementing that strategy since you have been there in the organization?
The strategy was recently implemented. Should I become a successful candidate, as you can see, we have identified, the strategy identifies a number of risks, is to make sure that I prioritize the identification of top 10 risks that will be on the fixed agenda of the Commission, that we need, that are at a high level, that we need to report on, and that they are fixed, they are on a fixed agenda item. One of them is the issue of the structure. It's one of them. Second of them is the issue of institutional independence. That remains a risk, because if we don't have that, attain that, is to develop an institutional independence framework that will tell us where we are coming from, where we are, where we want to be, and with what resources that we need to implement that. Without that, it will be difficult for the Commission to implement its independence as provided for in the Constitution.
Thank you. Sorry, I would like to know, you mentioned the issue of the standard operating procedures. In your assessment, what are the areas that need standard operating procedures, and how would those procedures assist the institution to function better?
Thank you very much. As I indicated earlier, the perception is there, but the electoral commission has done very well. When it comes to development of the framework, of course, the implementation is an issue that I want to address should I become the successful candidate. That's one area that I want to focus on. Because now, if you look at all the policies and strategies that have been implemented, have developed, we are now at the implemented stage. And it's to make sure that those strategies are implemented or policies are implemented. So the areas, and it means each policy that we need to develop, it must be operational through standard operating procedures. One is the ICT. We have a policy on ICT. We have now to make sure that the ICT policy is operationalized through standard operating procedures. Electoral operations policy, we have a standard operating procedures that I have developed when I joined the commission, but it's now due for review to make sure that it talks, number one, to the electoral operation policy that was developed. Number two, it talks to the current, and it should be current because this is the document that we have to update as you go. And the issue of, to emphasize our logistic management. It should be one of the areas that should be well and adequately covered in that operating procedures.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are done with the questions relating to the presentation. If you can kindly take a seat so that we proceed with the rest of the questions. Okay, so I will now give the floor to Commissioner Shienuna.
Thank you, Chairperson. In your presentation, you made or you stressed the importance of stakeholder engagement, and my question is related to that. How would you foster collaboration and build strong relationships with electoral stakeholders, such as political parties, civil society organizations, the media, and other relevant stakeholders?
Thank you very much. The advantage or the good part of it, we have a risk. So we have stakeholder engagement strategy in place. We only need to implement it. And one of them to implement our stakeholder engagement is to make sure that we have come up with schedule that talks to meeting or engaging stakeholders. For when it comes to the political party license committee, is to make sure that we have standing agenda or schedule that talk about engagement of the stakeholders, particularly the political parties, and we identify issues because, as you know, we have our strategic plan and we have our performance management, we have our annual management plans. All those issues we must be able to share issues, our progress to our stakeholders. The civil organizations, we need to engage them, particularly to assist us with the civic and the voter education. Because ECN alone cannot do that. That's why they are called stakeholders. It's one of the areas that we need to engage them. The media, we must be open to them, engage them, and we must also try to be proactive to make sure that we inform our stakeholders proactively in compliance with our communication strategy that is in place, and also in compliance with our stakeholder engagement strategy which outline all what we need to do. So as long as we engage them, and as I want to emphasize, the issue of civic education is very critical to help us in the research, in the conduct voter education, and civic, and particularly the civic part. And for us to do that, we must have cooperation agreements. And that's what I want to see in place, to make sure that our relationship is formalized within a framework. And we must have our policy on voter and civic education that will serve as the overall framework that will guide how to engage and gauge what we should be covered and all those nitty-gritties.
Thank you. Commissioner Sindano.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. My question is, how do you plan to promote transparency and accountability within the electoral management body? As you do that, also, can you provide practical examples of measures you intend to take to ensure the integrity of the electoral process is held?
Transparency and integrity is one of our core values. And for us to make sure that we are transparent, we must engage our stakeholders. Typical example is the political party license committee. It's one of the typical examples. In whatever we do, we have to inform them what we are planning, where we are, so that they can have their inputs. It's to engage them. That's why we have developed the stakeholder engagement strategy that will regulate and that will harmonize our relationship. And others follow. Integrity, in whatever we do, we must try to make sure that it's done in an open manner and without major errors, free of errors. Because, for example, if you are conducting a registration process and it is full of errors, or your voters register is full of errors, that will not talk to integrity, because that will tarnish the integrity of the process. That's why our system must be talked to that value. I hope I have covered.
Thank you. I give the floor to Commissioner Leonard.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sharma, how would you, as CEO or CERO, handle any potential disputes or challenges to the electoral process? In your response, can you provide practical examples of how you would address the disputes and challenges effectively?
Thank you very much. First of all, the disputes are in different categories. If it is any dispute, let's say polling station, where maybe any agent or a voter is aggrieved, first of all, is to put them in the occurrence book in that particular, at the polling station. And if that's so, they can write that complaint to us and we attend to it. That is one. Two, there are disputes that are not within our power. For example, you conduct a by-election. Let me just start with use the by-election as an example. And one of the political parties is aggrieved. In that case, that dispute will not be within our power. It must be addressed through the relevant court. I'm trying to say handling of dispute, it depends on the magnitude of that particular and it's when. We have a typical example. 2019, contesting or dispute of the process, it was handled in the court of law. I shall submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Evarestes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you share your vision for the future of elections in Namibia? And when doing so, what innovative ideas do you have that will enhance voter participation, strengthen democratic processes, and increase public confidence in the electoral system that we currently have?
Sure. Thank you very much. You see, where we are today as a commission, we have done a robust review of our processes. That's why we have a strategic plan that is robust and is talking to the ready ground. Of course, some of us or some of them are saying it's too ambitious. That's what it is, because it talks to the mandate of the Commission in preparation for the next process that we are embarking upon. Number one, for us to do that, for us to handle our electoral processes that are coming, talking to us, number one is to make sure that we have developed electoral cycle, electoral calendar, which is covering all the phases, the pre-phase, the election phase, and the post-election phase, so that at each phase we engage our stakeholders. The pre, we have to engage them. During the election phase, we have to engage them. And after or the post-election phase, we have to engage them, because that's the process where we need now to start with the review. In that, they will have confidence because they are made part and parcel of the process. It's a similar approach that we have taken. Following 2019 and 2020, we have done internal review. After we have done, we have consulted our stakeholders. Even on the Electoral Act, they have given their input. In that, you build confidence in them, in the same approach that we need to do.
Thank you.
And then, last one is the research. That's why we are very aggressive, very bold on research, because it's only through research that will inform us where we are going wrong, where we are going right, and why we should mitigate those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our last question to you. What are your long-term goals for the position of Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer? How do you plan to leave a lasting impact on the electoral system and contribute to the country's democratic development?
The Electoral Commission of Namibia has done very, very well in terms of administrative frameworks. But as I indicated earlier, we need the Electoral Commission of Namibia if we want to achieve the institutional independence, we must have a blueprint that will serve as a roadmap for the Commission to achieve that. Without it, it will be impractical to say. That will also enable the Commission to sell it to our high-level structures, because it tells us where we want to be in 5 years. That is one thing that I want to have as one of the long-term, because that will be for good, and then identify all the resources that are required to implement that. It's a matter of putting whatever we have for now in that document, in one document, and we make it a live document. That is what I want to see should I become a CEO. And two, I also want to see the situation where we have a policy on meetings, administration, and management. Why? We are fully aware that we have 5 commissioners. 4 of them are part-time. Only 1 commissioner, who is the chairperson, which is full-time. For the commission to make its decision, it requires to meet. A meeting deferred is a decision delayed. And what does it mean? That will have impact on the mandate of the Commission. I want to have a policy that regulates our meetings, where we have all our meetings are integrated in one document. That will make the planning very easy to see what time is available when we plot all the critical activities that the Commission has to carry, including the meetings. Commission meeting, the commission committees meetings that are statutory, and others, those are statutory. And if we delay them, it means we are making the Commission to fail. That's what I want to see. It's one of my long-term decisions, so that when I leave, it will be a framework and it's for the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was our last question, as I indicated earlier. There is one thing that I omitted to mention in the beginning that I've also mentioned to others, and I would like to confirm that we did not receive any objection from anybody against your candidature for inclusion in this process. This is just for the record.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I now would like to give you the opportunity to ask us questions if you have any.
No, thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me to be accorded this opportunity to come and interact with you, honorable commissioners, and the members of the public, and the members of the commission, staff members of the commission. To me, it was a pleasure. As you can see in my CV, I'm passionate about my career in elections management. That's why I have pursued to go to the extent of having a master's degree in election administration. And I remain passionate to serve my nation. If you look, I have started way back in 1989 as one of the pioneers. Elections are stressful, but with all those years, I have managed to manage the stress related to elections. That's why it's an indication that I am passionate about being a professional in managing and administering elections. On that, that's all what I can say. May God bless you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming. You'll be informed about the outcome of this process. Yes, you are free to go.
Thank you very much. I hope this is a token of making sure that I represent the energy.
bring both copies.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Electoral Commission of Namibia. My name is Elsie Ngikembwa, and I'm the chairperson of the commission.
My name is Gerson Waripichienuna, the Commissioner of Elections. Welcome.
Welcome, my name is Evaristes, and I'm one of the commissioners as well.
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm Emma Leonard, one of the commissioners. You are most welcome.
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm Gerson Sindano, one of the commissioners, and please feel welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hey, can you please introduce yourself to the panel? Just stand there at the podium. Yes. Podium. Introduce yourself to the panel, your qualifications, your experience, in any other information that you would like the panel to know.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Michael Chivikwa, and I'm a Namibian academic specializing in education with extensive experience in higher education management. I think my qualifications are a bachelor degree in education, a master's degree in education, and also a doctoral degree in education and international development.
Thank you. I would like to state that we have received an objection against your inclusion in this process. And in terms of the Electoral Act, when there is an objection lodged with the Commission, the person objecting must be given the opportunity to appear before the Commission, to state the objection in the presence of the Commission and the candidate, and of course the public, since this is a public process. The person who has objected is here, and I would like to give her the opportunity to state the objection. Now, you have the right to ask the person questions, and the Commission will also ask questions if there are any. So I would like to call to the fore Honorable Elma Dienda to come and state the objection. You can take a seat.
Can I take notes? Can I take a note on the objection?
Sorry?
Will I be able to write
Yes,
the objection?
you can take a
Thank
notebook and make notes if necessary. Is there a pen there? Okay,
Yeah, I
Honorable,
have one.
please take the floor.
A very good afternoon. Since I don't have a voice, but I will answer your questions, I will ask him to read my objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no, that's fine. Because the law requires your presence, and that is why we know you're not feeling well. That is why we ask that you must be present, even though somebody is going to read on your behalf. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you so much. The message reads as follows. I hope this message finds you in the best of health and spirits. I am writing this letter as a deeply concerned citizen of Namibia with reference to the recent announcement of shortlisted candidates, including Mr. Michael Chivikwa, for the Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer vacancy at the Electoral Commission of Namibia. It is widely known that Mr. Chivikwa has been an active and influential member of the SWAPO party think tank, which in my humble opinion could potentially lead to a conflict of interest in his new position. The ECN, being an institution of great significance for our democratic process, is obliged to maintain neutrality to ensure free, fair and credible elections in our nation. This crucial role should, in my belief, be served by an individual whose impartiality is beyond question. Mr. Chivikwa's political affiliation reasonably raises doubt amongst Namibians about the fairness and impartiality of our electoral process, thereby undermining the trust and integrity of the ECN and the election it oversees. Public confidence in the ECN is essential for the maintenance of our democratic society, and this confidence could be significantly eroded by such an appointment. Mr. Chivikwa's bias, given his association with the SWAPO party think tank, undermines the neutrality expected from the Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer. In the interest of preserving the sanctity of our electoral system, I believe it would be prudent to allow an individual who can objectively fulfill the role free from any potential bias or favoritism. I implore the ECN to reconsider this candidate for interview purposes. Our nation's democratic health depends on the perception of impartiality, which this appointment risks compromising. Our democracy is only as strong as the trust its citizens place in it, and I fear that this appointment may weaken that trust. Further, in light of the situation, I would like to bring to your attention the fact that it was reported that 2 female candidates who applied for the same position did not make it to the interview stage. It would be beneficial for the public's understanding of the ECN selection process if their qualifications could be disclosed while preserving their anonymity and adhering to privacy regulations, of course. Such a disclosure could serve to reassure the public that the selection process is based on merit and transparency, thereby strengthening the credibility of the ECN. In an era where we strive for gender equality and women empowerment, understanding why these women were not considered for the interview could also help inspire and guide other women who aspire to serve in such a vital public position. The transparency of such process is key to managing public trust, and I hope the ECN will provide the necessary clarifications on this matter as well. This gesture would not only demonstrate the Commission's commitment to fairness and gender equality, but also contribute to promoting trust, inclusivity, diversity in our democracy. Thank you for considering my concerns, and I trust that the ECN will make a decision that upholds the principles of fairness and impartiality that are the foundations of our democracy. Yours sincerely, Elma Dienda.
Okay, it is further required that the person objecting must be a registered voter, and I would like to confirm that we have seen the registration, the voter's card of Honorable Dienda. So all material purposes, she has met the conditions. Registered voter, she has submitted a written objection, and we are now going to consider this objection. Honorable Dienda, is there something that you would like to add outside of what you've stated? Okay.
Yes, I would like to add something. On the advert of the ECN, one of the requirements for this candidate is that he or she must not have a high party political profile. High party political profile. Now, if I look at the understanding of a profile is what you have achieved, and this profile makes you for what you are. So I want to hear from the ECN also. When he submit his application, did you look into him whether he's still a think tank member of the ruling party, which is a high profile position? Did you consider that when you shortlisted him, or was that not taken into consideration? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it is you, I think you can maybe take a seat. Okay. The law provides that the candidate has the right to ask the person objecting questions. Dr. Shivikwa, do you have any questions that you would like to ask Honorable Dienda?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to make a comment that in my own understanding, according to the Act, high party political profile, in my own understanding, does not fit the profile of a member of the think tank of any party. That is my own understanding, because it's is a technical role that I was playing. And secondly, I'm no longer a member of the Swapa Party think tank. My appointment has expired. Is the Honorable Dienda aware of that?
Okay. Are those the only questions that you have? Okay. Honorable Dienda, your response?
Yes. My response is as follows. I know that you were appointed in September 2021, and it say until 2022. But this is not the issue. According to the Secretary General, Ms. Yaningwa of the SWAPO Party, your responsibility will be to make policies for the ruling party, SWAPO. So I do not understand if you are making policies on behalf of the ruling party or any other party. You are in conflict because you already set the tone on what must happen inside. And the CCN is supposed to be an independent body. But since you are already a policy maker of the ruling party, you are conflicted because you are still a member of the ruling party, SWAPO, and it means you are conflicted because when it comes to this independency, how will you treat other political parties since you are part of the policy makings of the ruling party, SWAPO?
Thank you very much. You asked your questions. You have received the response. Do you have any follow-up questions? Because the commissioners also want to ask you questions.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will now give the floor to the commissioners to ask questions. Let me just perhaps start and say that as part of this process, we asked all shortlisted candidates to declare the following, whether or not they have a criminal record, is also in the advertisement, whether or not they are a rehabilitated insolvent, whether or not they have an unsound mind or mentally disorder or defective, whether they are a member of the National Assembly, National Council, Regional Council, or local authority, and also to state whether or not they are a bearer of any position in a political party. Now, my question to you, Dr. Shivikwa, is, did you understand correctly the request from the Commission in terms of the declaration that we expected you to make? I'm trying to understand why it is that recently, in your own words, you are no longer a member of the think tank. Why is it that this information is not featuring anywhere in your CV and also in your declaration? Because the Electoral Act, if you look at it, it doesn't mention a period. It simply says that you need to declare. Can you help us understand why it is that nowhere in your documents is this declaration made? Yes.
Probably, in addition to that, it will also be helpful for the Commission to understand the rationale as to why such profile is omitted in both your CV as well as your declaration. What could probably the reasons be behind that omission? Because it could have probably helped us better understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair and Commissioners, as I stated earlier, my role in the SWAPO Party think tank was merely advisory. And I did not consider it as a high party profile as is stipulated within the Act. It's merely a technical advisory role that I was playing on the side, and not really an intensive engagement as far as having a high profile within the party is concerned.
Now, Dr. Shibikwa, in your view, whether it is high profile or not, you are openly, overtly associated with a specific political party. Yet you applied for this position of Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer, a position that is expected to be impartial, to be non-partisan. Do you understand the implications of the affiliation to a specific political party and the expectation to be fair, to be transparent to all political parties? And how would you separate the two?
Chair, I do not believe that the electoral law prohibits me from becoming or being a member of a political party.
No, you did, unless you didn't understand my question. The open affiliation, I didn't say that you are prevented, but you were a member of a think tank of a political party. How are you able to disassociate yourself from that role and fit into the shoes of somebody who is expected to be neutral and still keep the confidence and trust and impartiality that is expected?
Chair, thank you for that question. In my entire professional career, I've been an impartial individual. I've taught at academic institutions. I've been involved in management of 3 major institutions within this country. And I have always been impartial in everything that I've been doing, regardless of whether the person comes from whatever background, whatever political affiliation. I've always applied my impartiality in my teaching of the students, in dealing with members of the public, in dealing with administrative matters. I do not make any discrimination towards any individual according to their party affiliation, issues of disability, etc., etc. And I honestly do consider the role of the Super Party think tank as not as a high-profile political party engagement, but mere advisory because of my technical ability within the education sector.
Whether it's advisory or not, it's linked to a specific political party. And I think that is the distinction that we should draw. And your interpretation is your interpretation. And other people have a different interpretation. I just want you to keep an open mind as far as that issue is concerned. Because listening to you, I think it's as if you are saying this should not really be an issue because I was only there as, in an advisory capacity. To us, it's an issue because you have not declared. You have not declared this to the Commission. And as I stated, the Electoral Act does not say you should only declare if, you are within this period of time or it is something that is recent. It's declaring, being open and being honest that this is my history and this is where I stand. And that is the problem that the Commission has.
Chair, I did not declare that because I considered that since I was no longer a member of the Super Party think tank, I did not need to disclose that.
Okay. Commissioners, can you, yes, please, Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you have not declared for reasons that you are no longer a member of a particular political party. But I also want to bring to your attention, having your CV is well detailed in terms of special projects that you executed. It also deals with professional associations that you have been party to, written scholarships that you have been involved in, and also work experience in those various fields. But it interests me that particularly this element is not vital for your CV. What could be the reason? But knowing that you are applying into a space where there are material issues that a commission of this nature needs to take into consideration. Is there any reason why that was omitted? It goes back to my initial question as to what could be the reason why that information is omitted. Yes, in the declaration, I hear you that indeed you were not at the time you were declaring, but in terms of your historic profile, which is profiled by your CV, why is it omitted? Just help us to understand as a commission.
No, as I stated, there are so many things that I did not declare there, particularly with regard to my political affiliation with the ruling party. I was a member of the ruling party before independence and after independence, and I did not particularly deem it as a high-profile aspect that I needed to put out, because as a matter of fact, I'm no longer a member of the Swapa Party think tank. So in essence, from your questions, I would say it's probably just an oversight on my part.
So we take it as an oversight on your side. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
To the commission? To
the commission, I will say that I deemed it that I'm no longer a member of the Swapa Party think tank, and it could have been an omission on my part, an oversight on my part, particularly with regard to the Swapa Party think tank aspect.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Dr. Shibikwa, why did you not ask if it's necessary to include this information? Now you are saying it's an oversight. Earlier you were saying it wasn't necessary.
I thought it was not necessary since I was no longer a member of the think tank, and then I omitted it as a result.
Okay, now from the questions that we've asked you, do you now believe that you should have done this? That you should have declared?
In retrospect, yes, I do.
Okay.
From given the information that I got from you.
Okay. Because we did write to all candidates and we made it clear, apart from the advertisement, which means that there was a second opportunity to remedy this, to declare to the commission that you were a member of the Swapa Party think tank. Now the commission receiving this information after the fact is really not helpful. Further questions? No further questions. Okay. Honorable Dienda, we have heard you. I don't know if you still have questions, but we want now to move into the next phase of this process after having heard the candidate.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Thank you. I think you can take your seat. The issue of the women will provide the information, and I just want to state for the record that it's only one lady, one woman who applied. And she did not meet the criteria in terms of experience, number of years of experience. Yeah, but that information can be provided. Dr. Shibikwa, as a commission, I think we are fair to all candidates. we have requested the same information from all the candidates. You have now admitted that indeed you were a member of the SWAPO party think tank. You have admitted that it was an omission from your side to include this information because you now agree that it was important to have disclosed it. As a commission, we are of the opinion that because you did not make all the declarations that we require, especially this declaration of being a member of the SWAPO party think tank, you applied your own discretion not to disclose it. For those reasons, this is information that would have helped the Commission to make a decision regarding yourself as far as going ahead with the process. Now we have the information, we've heard you, and as a Commission, we cannot continue to interview you for this process. You are disqualified from the process because we feel that you have withheld information from the Commission that is very, very important for this position. So that is the decision of the Commission, that we have disqualified you on those grounds that I have stated. We cannot continue to interview you because we believe that you should have disclosed this information to the Commission. So that is the end of the process. I don't know if there is anything that you would like to state, but that is the position of the Commission.
I do not have anything else to state.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are done.